Sec. Right. Discord audio. All right. Go time. Big strangle here to the upside on SPX. Careful of it acting as a resistance. Any update on GME's Gamma Max? I still think it's around 15, but the vol skewed it weird. It looks like we've fallen roughly back to that level, right? In the pre-market. Yeah. That's probably right around where we're trading now. Google's getting rugged again? Hmm. What if this is just short calls coming in at 70? 68. Is there more news this morning? Google introduces threat intelligence 33 minutes ago. Oh, they got a rating upgrade this morning. Like, wait a minute. After his request for Tesla Greeks, got AMC Greeks? No. Or at least if I do, I'm not looking right now. I have other shit to do right now. All right. Now let's take look at positioning here after open. See what we got going on. All right, we're opening right on top of the straddle there. 51, 50, 55. There's a little bit of out of the money call buying. If we break through the top of the straddle, very bullish. So be aware of that. This opening test is pretty important. Upstart yep, 5% already. Well, almost 4.5. Broke 25. Beyond's getting some shorting going on. Delta neutrals at 904 on this. Looks like ES is starting to take off a little bit. It's a strong bounce, new high. Next upside test for ES is 5186. Oh, hey, they fixed that stupid fucking thing. Calls are cheap as shit. Breaking 55. So we're breaking through the top of the straddle. If that squeezes off, or strangle, if that squeezes off, I'd be cautious of the outcome. Bull's just leveraging that NFP as hard as they can. Has it been revised yet? That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Tesla doing nice rippies. Yeah. Yep. Apple down a little bit though. Amazon not doing so hot. Google bounced back. So maybe. Oh, so. Neo at $6. I know. I see bulls are leveraging that NFP as hard as they can. Beyond's still fighting. It's hanging in there. Might be a little resistance at 850, although I don't think there's much. Yeah, 850 is just kind of a dead zone, but if we get back, if we can get above 9, that's delta neutral. So that's really what's important. I'm not really sure 850 matters that much. Do you think the gap could fill? If we get rejected, it's possible, yeah. Uptick in vol here is interesting. Consolidation right now is still bullish, though. GLD is ripping. Yes, it is. Alright, what kind of range do we have on this? If we break up, let's see, 60, 80. Cap up. That's fucked up again. God damn it. Gonna drag beyond back down below 8 if they can. Although I don't see how that's very helpful. SPX needs to get back above Um, let's see. Doesn't have a ton of range, but oh man. Huh. Maybe I shouldn't be playing the upside on this. Beating it up 8%. Nah, make that 12. Nice. I have Tesla positions already. Spreads expire next week. Now 14%. It's got a long way to go before that matters. But yeah, it looks good. All right. Gold up, market up is super healthy, right? No. Don't say stupid things to me. You entering any Tesla positions? What would Jesse have done? Which one? Jesse of Jesse Girls fame? Ooh, there we go. No, I'm not. I don't own Palantir anymore. Full House Jesse? Maybe. I don't know which one he's talking. There's so many. Middle of yields climbing with indexes again. Yeah, yields really turned around this morning. Is this one of those tricky periods where bulls paint a rosy picture and dump all their bags? Well, I mean, the picture is not all that rosy. It's interesting that the media is leaning into the Fed being dovish. I went and reread the transcript a couple of times over the weekend, and he didn't say anything dovish. He didn't say a lot, but he definitely didn't say anything dovish. The market over the last couple of days is interpreting they're interpreting the reduction in their balance sheet roll off as being bullish, which it's really not. Yeah, that's fine. However, there is out of the money call buying here. Bulls are doing their best to float this up and push their breakout above the strangle, which we're just above right now. So grindy, but we can keep moving up. It's annoying because it could fail quickly, so you want to keep your stops tight, but you can't because the price action of the upside's so fucking choppy. I heard nothing dovish. Yeah, he didn't say anything dovish. What upside price do you consider the breakout confirmed from the neutral positioning built in the pre-market that you posted about? I mean, I think you'll notice if the short strangle squeezes off, it should be pretty obvious. Oh, interesting. I didn't get stopped out. Look at me. Huh. Nice try, Kenny. It's gonna fail. Probably. Hmm. Interesting. Let's see how momentum's looking. Ooh, BNED's up 17% now. You guys know BNED dropped to 20 cents on no news, right? Like, they didn't offer the shares at 5 cents. This shit's not even approved yet. It just got shorted down 70%. 18 cents, whatever. When goat EV bag holders chat? Really want to see Tesla break 88. Struggling a bit here. How's Google doing now? No, nice. Kind of found its feet. The Russell pump is still strong. Hmm. Interesting. Failed without testing 5160. Well, we haven't fallen below the top side of the strangle yet. If that happens, that's pretty bearish. But vol's picking up a little bit. I'm thinking we lose 50, 55 here. Maybe we'll get one more bounce, but there's also the gap back at 51, 51. I might end the money on the put, though, just in case it bounces back. How important could that pre-market gap be on beyond? Volatility's not coming down. Not a lot of delta falling off. The market maker wants us back at 51.35, which is kind of interesting, though. AVGO gonna run here? I don't know. I generally don't play AVGO outside of 0 DTs. The options are overpriced and the spreads are garbage. So I don't think we have a good bead on Gamma Max because of all the near-term volatility. It might be a little more accurate now. It says it's at 1170, but I still think it's around like 1504-ish. Can you stop the bounces on NQ, please? I wish. Jesus, why is IV getting so high on Beyond? Like, it's dropping, but IV is just skyrocketing. This is a pretty solid rejection. Let me look at futures real quick. Yeah, futures is at the 5186 resistance. Looks like a small rejection here. Not confirmed yet, though. Need to fall back below 51. 5171, really. Still looks choppy as far as momentum goes. No real change there. Vol still picking up. I'm just playing upstart shares. I got in around 24. Thinking buying more here is too chasey, or is your PT significantly higher? I maybe wait for the SLOOS report. I think on a decent breakout, it can test like 27.50, maybe 30. So it's not the worst entry. I don't like playing shares on it though. But if your view is to the long term, I would say maybe wait for the SLOS report and see how intrabank lending demand is. Because if they're not pushing loans off of their balance sheet going into earnings, it's gonna be really bad. Sluice is at 2 o'clock today. Probably better to wait till after earnings. Also, like the once it starts running, the puts reprice and they're not as good anymore for selling. What's up, Taco Man? Reject a 51.35. It's moving up like 51.40 now, but yeah, we could. The problem is there's not a lot of downside support here, like at all. Um, pretty weak downside support. There's a little bit of 35, but not much. And then there's the other side of the strangle down at 5100, 5105. GME calls, choppy, they're overpriced. I really don't want to try to play the upside on it. Historically, after it peaks at Gamma Max and pulls back, the following price action is usually not worth playing. Beyond's up about 27% from the most recent low. I mean, they haven't gotten Beyond back below the short calls at 8 yet, which is I'm sure the goal here, but I think they'll probably run out of liquidity before they can do anything significant. Yeah, liquidity's already starting to turn around a bit on it. And you also see like IV's been very stable on the MM side. I really hope I don't get stopped out of this, but I'm gonna answer my doorbell. Where was I? Oop, DMs. What you got, man? Scott Hicks, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Not a cult. Thanks, man. Tup beasting, Tesla dropping, GME forbidden to cross 1745. Probably pretty hard for it to get above that. Is that where we topped out again? 1740. It's a little lower today. Here's the gap fill. Spot up, VIX up. Yeah, it's not really getting substantially tighter. Although the pump looks weak. Let's see what momentum's doing. Pretty flat. A little bit more bearish on the longer time frames, but not enough of a pullback yet to confirm. Man, I've been gone a while. Greg doesn't have GME up when it's this interesting. GME going from $15 to $17 is not that interesting. Imagine being on the wrong side of the meme stacks this week. Yeah. Yeah. Should we go to 1,000,000 billion? No. Long dated deep in the money puts on GME, a bad idea. No, they're just very expensive. So it ties up a lot of capital. It's usually better just to sell calls. And, you know, you're helping Kenny out, which is nice. You say that every time it runs. For 3 years now. Got rejected off fucking Gamma Max hard as fuck. Same shit, nothing special. Why is it every time GME goes up a few bucks, it's like, oh my god, this is it. This is the one. It's never been the one. So if Beyond doesn't get below 8, expect evening gains. Afternoon? Yeah, I think if they can't get it back below $8, they're gonna struggle with covering in the afternoon session. Although indexes could fall, and that could give them a bit of liquidity. They may just be shorting in advance, anticipating that. IV trimmed back a little bit here as we got closer to 8, which I don't like. $75,000 there. Is it a straddle? Wonder how IV sensitive the position is. VIX still going up. Might be getting a little bit more bearish, but not much. Their test of 60. IV ticked back up there. Up 10%. Fubo's up. Fubo's up a little bit too. BNet up 18. Top up 6. Soundhound is running. So Firm is up 3%. Upstart's up 6. Carvana's up 5. Google slipped again. Tesla's still doing fine. Nvidia's at 911. So Nvidia's good. Got its breakout. Netflix is getting its breakout. Meta's kind of close. Where's AMD? Yeah, AMD's starting to get there. AMD needs to get above 58. BNet MOASS? No. I'm thinking we break to the upside, giving the meme 7. Not sure. We're at resistance on ES. I mean, this could sell off. Bulls are trying to pump and squeeze out the few short calls that are at this level, but it's definitely touch and go. I think a fail like back to 50 would be reasonable, and then maybe try to push back up from there. It's like trying to grind up through the resistance things. Not always that successful of a strategy. But if we fall back and we like fill out 50-50, 50-48 again, it might be easier for them to get the pump. I'm just not sure they want that to happen because there's not a ton of support to the downside of 50. So they'll need to prop it up at 50 if they're gonna prop it up. Otherwise it can get pretty ugly. We could fill the gap. GME, what? Oh, probably just blowing off obligations at open. That's what it looks like. Yeah. Market makers push it back up to gamma max and then it failed. Or well, gamma max plus 15%. Yeah. That was IV. Yeah, options are super fucking overpriced. IV 30s at 192%. There's no way people aren't selling these. The fucking at the money call is $3. Beyond bouncing off at 8. Yep. Vol picked up too. Out of the money at least. Ooh. There's the 55 test. What did this open at today? 14. That'd be fun. $16. This is looking more and more like it's gonna break down. Do I want to keep carrying the 80 just in case? Could average it down on a bounce at 50. Is there any downside to buying Jimmy stock and selling deep in the money covered calls? That's called a buy rate. It's not bad, actually. Are you still overall bullish through to the big data next week? Yeah, yeah, I am. But it's gonna be a grind. Like I don't expect bulls to just run away with it. Have you touched on Beyond and Gary V tips this morning? Yeah, Beyond got shorted pretty hard into market open, but the liquidity is starting to turn around a little bit. It's kind of hard to see, but this was shorting. Son of a bitch. Like a little short, and then covering. Getting covering ETFs as well. It looks okay. I'm not too worried about it. It's still on reg show. Hasn't broken gamma neutral or delta or gamma neutral yet. And then Go EV. It doesn't look very interesting. Not a lot happening. More shorting, if anything. Max 7 may pay the bills, but Beyond and BNAD pays for the Lambo. I doubt it. Why oil up? Why not? Here's a better question. Why was oil down? Do you think Jimmy will have 2+2 after this morning's bump to 1750? I mean, I'll say that this morning's bump to 1750 is not a good look for that. The fact that we pulled back from the drop in pre-market is kind of bearish, especially this early. Also, isn't settlement? No, settlement's not T1 yet. Soon. When does that start? Starts on the 28th. It's up 50%. Riot's up 11%. 6%. Snaps moving a little bit. Gold is up. Looks like commodities are doing pretty well today. Yeah, really well. Usually when we see VIX up, spot up, it's like short calls getting squeezed out. Except in this particular instance, I think it's short vol pulling back. That's why we're not moving up. We're flat. So this isn't really spot up, vol up. It's spot flat, vol up, which tends to be bearish over time. Looks like they're using the support at the on the top of the strangle to de-risk short puts. Yum Yum Dinosaur go burr. Oil was down based on reduced acute geopolitical risk. Bullshit. Oil was higher before the fucking geopolitical risk even started, right? And then there was almost no risk premium priced in for the Iran-Israel conflict that briefly flared up. But apparently that's all solved now, so that's fine, right? There totally isn't continued risk in the Middle East. I mean, zero GTE gonna prompt. They're paid for us. It's cool if they don't, but it'd be cool if they did. I don't even know what contracts you have. So you're saying with GME having a second bump today makes T plus 2 less likely? Can make it weaker. Remember, XRT wasn't on Reg Show. So there's a lot less covering that needs to be done. Supposedly Israel wants to invade Rafah. Gherkin declared peace. Yeah, and it's that easy. That's all I had. A million years of conflict and strife are solved in one statement. Was Iran continuing destabilization actions in the Middle East just to keep oil prices up? No, oil prices should already be higher than they are. I keep seeing headlines of Israel talking about hitting Iran. Yeah, they're getting frothy. Pretty concentrated short effort here on Beyond. Dun, 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 dun. VIX is almost back at 14. It's not that weird if you consider that they're probably just pulling back short vol. They're massively over leveraged into the end of the day Friday. We hit all-time highs on Vega exposure again with like no price improvement, right? Like Friday just ran into a brick wall at 51.30 and then didn't do shit for the rest of the day. Seems very low. A little bit of delta's starting to fall off. Looks like the wants it back at 51.45. I wonder if they're going to close the $8 sold calls while they have a chance. Kind of close to Friday's close. Well, pre-market lows at 776. Fucking top is ripping. The idea where Jamie settles back to, and this is all said and done, lower low. Long-term chop is bearish, but we're still above 51.50. Drop in the afternoon instead. I mean, if they can hold the support, sure. I don't think they're doing a very good job at that right now, though. Thanks, Crackle. Is Beyond dead with Delta dropping? No, but it's being shorted really hard. But it's being shorted directly, also, not just vol shorts, right? Volatility is still really sensitive. Oh look, I shorted VIX a bit. Hmm. That's not really falling off. This may take quite a while to break down. So yeah, you might be right. How does it feel to be exposed as a shill? The apes were right all along. GME MOASS this morning was glorious. Tweeted from my Lambo. We're gonna short Airbnb into earnings. No. Are you? Not a huge uptick in call selling on SPX. But there is a little bit. Is this a good Tootsie Roll entry? Damn. Tootsie Roll getting murdered. There's support at 29.21. 29.06. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. It's another pump. It goes back under 168 again. Looks like that's gonna fail. Yes, it is. I like TR below 30. What happened to the Tootsie Roll stablecoin? Tootsie Roll's been like volatile as fuck over the short term for a long time. It's the long term trend that's still just super stable. Let's fall back to 51.35. Not yet. Volatility's picking up again. There's a little bit of spot up, fix up. Pentuple top? I don't know. Just really boring. No, I mean, it doesn't look like they're adding any, like, meaningful leverage. They got, like, a small breakout, but it's not being leveraged up. Still just looks kind of boring. Some of the longer term time frames are getting a little bit more bearish, but not much. The daily looks super bullish. And we're still stuck at the 51.85 resistance on ES. Did we even get a higher high there? We might have, by like one tick. 51.8750. Yeah, so we got like 2 ticks higher on ES. It still looks like it's topping out though. Volume's still declining. Yep, yeah. ES is falling. I just remember when it was 45 for months. Yeah, yeah. You playing short-term calls till Wednesday? I think so. What are you waiting for to close your Beyond calls? I want to confirm that the indexes are going to drop. If IWM drops, then they can get Beyond back under the sold calls at 750. If indexes don't fail, they won't be able to. I can set like a wide stop on them. I just don't see a reason to. Is the spread on that just super shitty? A little bit of a failure here, and it's picking up some momentum. Jimmy reverse MOASsing. Yeah. Yeah. Probably not enough momentum to break back through 55, though. I'm not that worried about Beyond yet until we get confirmation of a breakdown on ES. Beyond's still really illiquid. I think like they're pushing to retest the low at 76 from Friday's close and in the pre-market. What's your opinion on gold right now? It's I'm picked up some longs at 2300. I think it's okay to trade. The currency risk is elevated. It'll probably keep broadly chopping in the like 23 to 24 range. I think if any of that currency risk is actually realized, it could go up a lot more. Beyond has the exact same setup it did last earnings on the daily. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Do you think 100K of GoEV shares borrowed on IBKR have all been used? Possibly. GoEV is getting pretty close to peak illiquidity right now. There's not a lot left there to short. Borrow rate's still sky high. Like the prime borrow rate is sky high. It's 50, 60%, something like that. It was more for others worried about its price. As someone who has overheld before, it's a good reminder. Or you should just scale back positions as you make money on them, right? Still not enough momentum to break 55. But inching closer and closer to this turning around. I want to see a failure on a longer time frame or a more solid rejection on futures. NQ's weakening quite a lot. Yeah, Apple isn't doing so great. Amazon's still doing alright. Tesla's pulling back. Nvidia's still strong. Might have squeezed out some of the 900s, but maybe not all of them. Is there a play you could see for the upside of MSOS? It looks like it's in a fairly stable uptrend. I'd be worried if it broke 830, but seems fine. I don't know what the upside would be. I mean, a reversal is at $14. So quite a long way to go till the bottom's locked in. Something it's better to wait on Apple put credit spreads. Maybe. I mean, Apple's still well supported. It's just not gaining any ground. A little pullback towards 80 would be a nice opportunity, I think, to sell them. But today's open was a little shitty anyway. Like, the pre-market open was pretty low. It's done well since then. It's just down on Friday. What's short vol de-risk? Over leveraged. Massively over leveraged. Do you think Jimmy could retest 17 today? It's unlikely. Yeah, it's pretty unlikely. Maybe tomorrow on T+2 if it doesn't lose too much ground. GoEV's pricing up again. Or not GoEV, Beyond rather. Man, IV is sensitive as fuck over there. Oh, okay. Yeah, they covered a bunch. My 2026 TLT calls are pricing up as TLT goes down because vol's increasing. How do you not understand? God damn you, Poopy. Don't play your games with me. So they can float the entire market and de-risk at the same time. Where do I get the cheat codes? So this is what you need to do. First, start a small regional bank. Okay. And then, like 50 years later, expand to a statewide bank. And then 120 years after that, go national. Start expanding rapidly. After you've done all of those things, try to get it like a trillion together. Just excess. And then fail. Like, are you saying that in a real market crash, all options exposure would be profitable because of the vol increase? Not all options exposure. Some. 12,000 Cs on SPX would go up. Just make $1 trillion, bro. After that, you can't lose. Can we break 55 soon? As someone with a 51, 55p, that would be cool. Ambitious. This is why I bought the 5160. Because I knew that we were just going to chop here forever. Anything with theta? Yeah, for the most part. Most things with theta. Not on individual equities, though. Those will get fucking destroyed. Vega's way lower on individual stocks. Hmm. Ooh. Beyond's tips are about to touch. They're so close. Very exciting. What about 140C TLT for 226? I already gave you free alpha on the calendar spreads. Why are you asking me these questions? Speed Queen? I don't want alpha. My goal has always been generational tax write-offs. Ensuring the capital liquidity of your future generations. Wish I had the time to watch this daily. What's the deal with Beyond now? It's on Reg Show and it's pushing out the short vol. It's up about 25% from its bottom last week. It's doing pretty good. Might have another dollar or two of range. Maybe more. We'll see. Might have another dollar or two before earnings, and then earnings could just fuck it all up. I am the deflation. You're the reason SIBO's up. Greg, are you bullish on Mara with earnings Thursday and up 14% today, over the 20 resistance right now? Not at all. Did they sell a bunch of their Bitcoin at the top? Actually, even if they did that, I'm not bullish on them. Miners are a losing prospect over time. They will never again mine at the rate at which they used to. I think Maytag makes like an industrial dryer too. Like dryer washer combo. That's a lot cheaper than a Speed Queen. But Speed Queen's the best. Is Tesla dying? Fell back below 83. No, almost. If it does, then yeah, that's bearish. Also, we're testing 55 again. Delta falling off. Ooh, yeah, nice. That's fine. Hmm. $58, $56. Interesting. Oh, there's no way we fell back that far. $27. Buying Speed Queen on the name alone. They're expensive as shit, but they last forever. That's like the kind they have at laundromats, but they make them for home use also. I just bought the dryer. I have like a Samsung like disposable washer. Ooh, we lost 55. That's kind of a big deal. Disposable washer? How does that work? Um, they take a really shitty washer and they put like an old Samsung phone in it, and that runs all the operations. And then over time, the little water jet ports clog up with soap residue, and there's no way to clean or replace them without replacing the entire unit. But they're dirt cheap. Like I think my washer was like $600. Samsung appliances are garbage. It's difficult to find maintenance. I don't know if that's true anymore. It was during the pandemic because of supply chain issues, but I think generally speaking, it's not that hard. Son of a bitch. That was ridiculous. Bear trap. Next stop, 5,200. It was a little bit of a bear trap. I don't really think it changes much. Slow grind up into the back half of the day. No. Just buying the dip. I think this could still fail again, actually. Or worse yet, we get stuck here. MM's at like 51.50 now. So that's moved up pretty substantially. Lots of in the money calls taking profits. Yeah, still just support at 50, 55. Upside range is still like 75. That hasn't moved much. So we're not getting a lot of out of the money call buying either. Jimmy looks dead. Is there any point in playing T+2 or not really? I mean, I wouldn't. It could run, but I mean, if it loses like 14, which it's really on track to doing already, the chances of it bouncing back on T2 are pretty slim. I think there's a very real possibility that today's bump was the last of it, like this morning's bounce back. Shorted GME at 16, free money. Yep. As long as you didn't buy out of the money puts. This is boring as fuck. Hmm. Beyond's getting shorted again after that bounce. Yeah, it still looks pretty good. IWM's selling off. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to be pretty pissed about getting stopped out of my my puts there. I might pick up some more. It doesn't look like it's happening today. How do you feel about long-term treasuries? I most of my Boomer report in cash, and I feel like I should be doing something with it. Thanks. I picked up some 20-year pretty recently. around like 4.96 something. It's doing, I mean, it's it's doing well right now. I'm up like almost 3% on the turnaround. Identity gun pulling back sucks. Pulling back pretty hard now. Dow's almost back to the flats. And NQ's still underperforming. Huh. Interesting. Alright, let's see. How do you feel about long-term treasuries? Tesla back to 170. Is it back below 82.90 yet? 83. That's bearish. I don't know if it'll get back to 170, but it could fall as low as like 175 if the market dumps. $28. Hmm. Hmm. Expected rent rise 9.7 versus 8.2. On what? What's that from? Oh, the New York Fed. PPI actual. Ooh. Eh. Jesus. PMIs are looking okay on the euro. How's the euro doing today? Not that great. Dollar's back at 105. Yields are starting to march back up again. Ooh, Glorp, this so bearish. What is? Beyond ready for a 908 run. Today? Maybe. When's their earnings? Is it Tuesday or Thursday? Or Tuesday or Wednesday, rather. Wednesday? Wednesday night. Interesting. The setup's pretty much the same as the prior earnings, but it's way more heavily shorted. So they're banking on earnings, giving them the liquidity to close their short. Bold. Well, I guess unless Beyond raised guidance and lied. Yeah, Upstart's Tuesday. If rents are now projected to go up, what happens to my bull thesis that inflation is sneakily going down because rents are definitely going down? I mean, the Fed can just keep saying that rents are going down, despite them going up. Holds up quite a bit of margin. I mean, 50% gains solid if you don't want to lose out on the opportunity cost. You think shorts are wrong about Beyond earnings? I mean, I don't think anybody's short Beyond because of their earnings, right? They're just short. There's like heavily entrenched short positions on Beyond. So they're just short all their earnings, not this one. The Redfin data versus Fred data basically allows them to choose whatever housing narrative they want. Just bid versus ask. I thought the bull thesis is just to ignore reality. The bull thesis is that reality is better in the future. It's not ignore reality. It's just that it's okay. Everything will be fine. This is a new normal. And we're going to adapt and overcome. No, we're not. I think they should base all housing data only off of Dork's mortgage. You like to watch the world burn, huh? Who gives a fuck what Citigroup's projecting? It's just hilarious. BNP thinks the market's going to like 3,600, and JPM thinks it's going to 42. I appreciate you giving me a shout out in Pickles Picks last night. Am I a mod now? No. No, you're not. I only promote immigrants to the role of moderator. Sorry. I get subsidies. but I'm an immigrant. A man with the name Jeff, spelled that way, can never be trusted. It's a true story. How bad it is that I really want to over leverage IWM 20350s. That's greedy, right? I shouldn't do that. 203? 13 cents? Oh, I could buy so many. Oh, they went up. God damn it. I'm sure you fuckers front ran me. It was Gaff, son of a bitch. I was thinking about Monday all weekend. Here we are with GME. It's negative 12%. What did you expect? What did you think it was going to do? MOASS? Childish. That's a big bear flag. What is? VIX is almost back to 14. Another run up? Yes. It did run up again today. We're gonna get stuck on 55. I fucking hope not. That sounds very, very unfun. Hmm. No, I don't think so. Thanks, Sahib. I don't think Jamie is done until May OPEX T6. I don't know if that's true. There's no XRT on Reg Show this time around. I'll tell you what to look out for. XRT going on reg show. First generation shill migrant reporting for moderator duty. If IWM gets a lower high here, that's super bearish. Boeing is strong and resilient. Boeing's got a great team in their wet work department. Their scrum masters on top of it. If you spell Boeing backwards, it's CIA. You'd think the CIA would have moved past shooting people in parking lots. Like if that's the peak of our spy technology, that's embarrassing. Allegedly. Sorry. I had to talk to a truck driver. I was referring to ES on the 15. Yeah. That doesn't look so great either. $50.50 is the only major downside support. We may not lose it though. That's the thing. Is it strong enough that we can just sit on top of it? Sorry, I had to talk to a truck driver. Alright. That's why it's bullish? Because it failed the breakout test? It failed a lower test than the trend. I hope it doesn't chop in a $5 range all for 4.5 more hours. Don't say that. Why'd you say that? Homemade huckleberry syrup and cream cheese on a poppy seed bagel. Bullish. Huh. Interesting. How's huckleberry acidity wise? You'd think that a compote or a jam would be a more obvious choice. Why go with the syrup? This IW inputs look extremely degen, and I'm definitely not ghosting them, but I wish you Godspeed. They're either going to be a lot of fun or very disappointing. Ooh. So we got 3 days of gap ups in a row on SPX. It's healthy, right? It's not a big deal. It's okay if there's literally zero fucking liquidity in the market. No one's gonna notice. Shh. Bear flags breakout. I'm talking long term. I don't do this 1 to 5 minute stuff anymore. It's an awfully long one for it to break out. Usually very short term bear flags with like good upside momentum break out. Ones that just drag out forever tend to be even more bearish. We're stuck because AJ has bear calls that are fully in the money. Son of a bitch. Hey guys, remember that when the market's boring, that's the perfect time to catch up on your escaping. Nice. Ooh. I don't know if that matters. Here's IWM gamma neutral. Delta neutral's at 202. Gamma neutral's at 208. Ooh, retest GN would be epic. DN. What an amazing breakout. I'm glad they spent millions of dollars on that. Jesus fucking Christ. Let it drop more than $3. There's a lot of support. It'll really take something for us to fail. But if we do, it's a big deal, so. Delta's still kind of trimming down a bit. And the money calls are still taking profits. Hmm. That's a big buy-in. Or profit taking. Downside cap. That's still chopping. Fix can't break 14. QQQ is just not being cool. What did it do? Bounce? Yeah. QQQ sucks. Hmm. Delta's picking up a little bit again. Although, I think that might be the top of it. That's not going to have enough momentum. So, yeah, it's going to fail the push back to 5185. Maybe. Russell looks kind of shitty. Lower high. Just sold calls to the upside that aren't budging. Any Fed speakers today? Barkin at 12.50. Williams at 1. And then Sluice at 2. Sluice probably won't have an immediate effect on the market. Let's see. 3-month bid to cover 2.72. 6-month 2.91. High rate 5.155. 5.25. Fed picked up 12 billion in 3 and 6. Kashkari does speak tomorrow. Beyond starting to turn around a little bit. Olay. Thanks, man. More like cash cow. I prefer cash cabby. Here comes the pump. So about a whole bunch of the 10-year after the auctions. Really? It looks kind of flat. I guess a little bit, yeah. Yeah, that's moon. Well, the upstart, are you just targeting the ETF FTDs? Is there potential covering after that, too? I mean, I don't know. Their earnings could be good, but I'm not playing that shit. There's the vol shorts. Hmm. This is a pretty big breakout on QQQ. Let's see. NQ new high. Does it? Yeah. Long-term trend test is at like 18,141. Looks like ES and NQ just barely got the test at resistance though. ES volume's falling off pretty hard. Hmm. Does the video have some legs here? 950 after clearing 900. I hope so. You and me both? Yeah, these options are fucking cheap. Hey, Google's recovering a little. It's getting treated like the redheaded stepchild of the Mag 7 again, though, which I don't like. It's more likely 5200 test or 5100 test. The path of least resistance is towards 5100. And Q's failing a little more aggressively than anything else. How's Dow doing? Dow's still just dropping. It didn't really recover on this bounce very much. Dollar's almost up on the day. Euro and pound are trimming back. USD JPY is up 61 points. Dollar's up against the yuan also. The forward yield on volatility is increasing. Pretty slowly, but it's back at like -3 from -7 end of day Friday. Which is a pretty sharp turnaround. Ooh, correlation on the 1 month is turning around too. You mean abused and neglected? What? Got it? 5,300 it is. Negative delta's been kind of inching its way towards spot all day. We're still very stable here, but if we it's still really dangerous if we slip. I don't think anyone's really adding or pulling positions though. Just slowing down into lunch. There's a little bit of delta. Can you make Beyond do the ups? It did a lot of them on Friday. Did you wait until it did them and then buy in? That's usually not a great way of handling that. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah. Yes, of course. So they'll do that thing where they let price hit where Delta has been heading all day within the last 5 minutes of the day. Maybe. I don't know. This could turn bearish sooner than that. At least a little bit. I think they'll fight against like a big breakdown, but a drop back to like 5150, maybe even slip it a little, isn't impossible. Simply because they're not, I mean, they're really not adding enough positive pressure to the chain. I will say it does appear that they've mostly stopped de-risking their short vol. And vol's starting to trend down over time. But NQ is a bit weaker. Well, at least more volatile. Oil's going up, which has a bit of a stabilizing effect, but gold's up a lot too. Gold's up 1%, 107 points today. Dollar really doesn't seem to be weakening more. But the 10-year's dipping a little on this bounce. Wow, went on a Phonica D phone call and the price is the same. It's very boring. What's the best outcome for vol shorts? Low intraday range, or is it more about comparison from daily close to close? Daily close to close. But if it's a short strangle, those short calls are gonna want it under 51.50 before close, right? At some point. I bought into Beyond today. I mean, break even, risky. I mean, yes. Meme stocks are always risky. But if you're at break even, I mean, that's a better place to be. You're gonna have to figure out your risk and manage it. There's some potential that it could run today. Still. There's not a lot of liquidity to short with, so. I sense the mega banks are overbought. What foreseeable event in the next 30 days could you see tanking them? Rate hike? Rate cut? Sell off after another regional failure? We're probably not going to get a failure with yields down. Unless someone already failed and we haven't heard about it. Is there potential that it could tank today? I mean, it could get back to like 776. I think that's what shorts are targeting. They just haven't gotten it there. Indexes aren't really yielding, so it's hard to push the price down. Do you have price projections for BNED and EVGO? Not for BNED. I have no idea. EVGO? You mean Go EV? No, I'd like to see it break through the short calls at like 3 and 350. Top fell back down after picking up like 6% this morning. It's running into resistance a little bit. Could break up. Hasn't yet. This is gonna be like another 2-hour slow distributive fail for us to only test 5150 again. I'm sorry. 5153. Yes. God, that sounds awful. Where's the volume? I feel like I'm the only one trading ES. ES is really low volume right now. Which could be indicative of an end of this fucking stupid consolidation. We've got a double top here, but it'd be nice if some fucking sellers showed up. No, lower high on the test, too. We'll see. Needs to go back below like 51.71 to actually move down. Shorting here is just risky. Well, I mean, it's not that bad because your risk is tight. Right. How's this $5 trading range affect KVU's earnings? Why do people asking about KVU? It's like consumer staples. It's like Band-Aids and Tylenol. What are you worried about? And it's massively discounted. QQQ selling off a little bit. What about Beyond? Oh, nice. KVU? Is it time to one-side an ARB play again? What? KVU? There's no ARB on KVU. That's over. The J&J KVU thing's been over for a while. It was a joke. I only bought calls on J&J, or puts, rather. Oh. I don't know. KVU's been okay, actually. Now that I've picked up a couple dividends on it. It's been doing alright. Like, selling calls kind of sucks, but the short puts have been okay. I've made some decent money on CSPs. And the dividend, I mean, the dividend's nice. It's like, what, 4%? It's not too bad. It still really hasn't gotten cheaper than it did after the ARB play. Hmm. Yeah. Beyond starting to pick up a lot of in the money puts. Are those sold? Out of the money puts, sorry. Ooh, yeah. Big put selling. Are they still worth it? Kinda. $7.55. Huh. Not bad. It's like 16.8. Interesting. Yeah, starting to get a little spicier. Real cool SPX price action you dialed up for us today. Don't blame this shit on me. Oh, I blame you, stock guy. You broke the market? No, I didn't. It's your fault. You didn't shill the 20-year hard enough. Shilled it plenty. Win merch store for VWAP hat. We'll see. All that QQQ red candle moved my puts a whole penny. Not good. Does anyone else think it's hilarious that commodities are getting the AI treatment? Ray, copper. Copper's doing alright. I did tell everybody that if money started leaving big tech, it was going into commodities. Nvidia seeing some bearish volume. Nvidia looks fine. 920 is my mid PT here. Could get rejected. I might set some stops. But it looks fine. It's super stable as far as the MM's concerned. It's my birthday. Can I get a birthday song? Sure. Happy birthday, man.
You see, the thing about trading stocks is there's really only one single indicator that truly matters. Now, I know that I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Gherk's right-hand man, or the king of quants, or Gherkin. But the most important thing is that I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you, nor do I care about the economic calendar, futures, and rates, or them FOMC meetings. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout Ever since I paid someone on the internet to tell me about rounded bottom breakouts. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
Let me see that bottom. I can smell that bottom. I can feel that bottom. Break it out to the best that it can be. I can taste that bottom. I can play a bottom. I can be your bottom. As long as you promise not to tell on me.
Holy shit, we have traded flat as fuck today. I guess I was right about them crushing realized vol this morning. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know, awesome, right? Yeah. Are you gonna release a greatest hits album with all these songs you play for us? No. Pickle Jams Volume 1 on vinyl. It's gonna be now that's what I call hot pickles. Yeah, cassette only. Do you think Beyond will have a smexy recovery this afternoon due to tip crossery? The tips are pulling towards each other still. They want to touch. The shorts are trying to ruin the fun. But they see each other. They've taken notice of one another. Mini disc for me. It's only going to be released on PSP disc. Can you sell the mixtape on late night TV commercials, like 2 a.m. on OTA broadcast TV, with 1-800 number and large shipping fee to get a tape? Yeah, if you buy one, you get one free, and then the shipping cost is $80. No, that's what I call demonetized volume 2. I want Beyond to break back through VWAP. So you're saying we just need to remove the shorts to allow maximum tip touching probability. I mean, the probability of the tips touching is already high. I don't know. The shorts are removing themselves slowly. That's a triple bottom. That's the cleanest fucking triple bottom I think I've ever seen. Huh. Is it rounded? It'd be so cool if Beyond ran to $20. What's the peak? 1750, I think, right? 1530 times what is it? 1.15. Maybe like 1760. Lame. Eh. Alright, it'd be cool. Hmm. Ooh. Yes, pushing back towards 5180 for the third time today. When Barrick breakout? I don't know. Just so we're clear on our expectations, Beyond's going to collapse in a matter of hours, days after hitting Gamma Max. If it hits Gamma Max. It didn't hit Gamma Max. Well, it did, but in the pre-market last time, which was shitty. Is it too chasey to enter Beyond June calls? They're expensive. I mean, they're 100% more expensive than they were last week. Can GoUV's earnings next week be a catalyst for VUPs? Do you see them posting a profit, or at least guidance being favorable? Maybe. They may have gotten like more contracts or more funding. So I think some of that's a possibility. But I don't think like near term there's a lot of potential for improvement. Oh, hey, look. Is that a meaningful red candle? Ooh. Maybe. Hello. Nobody say anything. Shush. The market's doing something. We might be. Should I put a hole in this? Yeah, why not? Oh, holy fuck. There's a new low on ES. Woo, my put is back to break even. Nice, man. You deserve it. I'm kind of tempted to sell 182.50 puts on Apple for the 17th or the 24th. Could that use a little tweaking compared to how you like to sell theta on it? 82.50. I mean, I'd prefer to sell puts at support rather than here, which is there is no support here. Also, you want to sell them in the money, which is risky, especially after the post earnings gains. How did VIX barely move on that? Because it was $2. 180 maybe supportive. It's better to wait to see if that pans out. Probably, yeah. I think I would wait and sell out of the money, given recent price action. Interesting, we didn't immediately reverse. There it is. Huh. This is getting kind of bearish. If we fail this bounce, that's really bad. Like, delta goes negative. Well, like here at the bottom. So it was basically like 152.28. That might just be some put capitulation. Because IWM and QQQ still kind of weak here. How's ES? Getting a little bounce on 78. Still well supported. Or at least it appears to be. Breaking down, but very slow. Could we play the bear sign if we go below 5150? Sure. %. Okay, so NQ slipped back into second place. Russell's still holding 100 BPS. Dollar is now flat on the day. That's kind of interesting. Fucking gold and silver are really pumping. Also, soft wheat or wheat is, it's got a bit of a move going. It's up 400 points today. And oil's up 100. Nothing like food and oil costing more money to support declining inflation expectations. Is a mozzarella stick sushi or a burrito? Burrito. Calzone. Burritos are just calzones. Hmm. Let me turn that around a little bit. Maybe not enough, though. It looks like it's topping out here. An hour from now? The forward returns on SPX still suck. It's like negative or 2.74% over the 45-day rolling period. Dork. Oh, never mind. Is it me, or does IWM look like it could fall off a cliff? It could. Although, it may not. The weaker and weaker bounces off the uptrend are interesting. Hmm. Yeah, we're still just barely stabilized here. $8.03, so that's holding $8, which is good. Anything else moving? Top move back down even more. Barrack's still moving up a little bit. Upstart still looks good. And Google. Apple's slipping quite a lot. Fucking Apple gonna rug pull this thing? Apple looks like shit. It's like MSTR, SMCI. What else are the big fucking Carvana? Ooh. R2K doesn't look so hot. Hmm. That's up a bunch. Um, I thought Apple had great earnings. No, they had moderate earnings, a declining iPhone sales, and then they agreed to spend a massive chunk of their available cash to buy back their stock at a price that was too high. I'm stuck in a Mara position, and I'm looking to get out. I know your thoughts on Bitcoin miners, and I agree, but would you mind taking a look to see if there's any more upside? Yeah, I'll take a look. Mara? Right. Delta's still negative. Things stay pretty bearish unless it gets a break back above. Oh no, that dropped off. Delta neutral's at 1516. Gamma max is at 2230. Gamma's positive. Delta may be positive today. It's still got about $2 a range till it hits Gamma Max. Although Bitcoin's kind of declining a bit right now. Ceasefire news, I think. What, the vol short? I think we're just getting ready for the Fed speakers. We got Barkin and Williams today. No problem, Load Warrior. VIX prepping to be released while still having a full dollar to run before it hurts the vol shorts. Possibly. Yeah, another failure at the low could be really bad. Like another test on the downside here. They may just let it go. Support's been kind of waning anyway. Holding IWM puts into the Fed speech? Yeah, probably. They're just kind of for fun. Exposure if it breaks down. SMCI, Carvana, and Fix don't look particularly great. They're kind of struggling to hold their rallies from this morning. And so, and also IWM's below gamma neutral and just barely above delta neutral. So it could, if it falls back into delta neutral, that puts it at like 202, which is an awesome move. I think it's like 12:45 and then, or 12:50 and 1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah. And then we have the sluice at 2. SLOS. Which honestly today may have an impact on yields. NQ pump fail. Yeah, but then success. Yeah, the interesting thing with NQ here is a test of the long-term trend, not a failure before it. It'd be better if it tested it. And right now we're just like $20 shy. $40. Let's say $40. ES is in a similar position, except the long-term trend's a bit higher. What's here? I would say there's an 80% chance that we don't see the underside of 5150 today, but do what you will. So you're saying there's a chance. It's not a very good one. Give us an upside target. How do you feel about just shy of 160? I'm not sleepy. I'm just like drowsy. I had to take allergy medications again today. Takes me a little like month or two to get used to them. You also don't sleep. That's not the issue. I do have air purifiers, but like I go outside and then I get fucking pollen all over my clothes and I think the one they have me on right now is hold on, let me find it. Carbonoxamine? And singular, which sucks. How's there pollen in the concrete jungle of New York City, unless close to Central Park? There's parks everywhere. And trees. And Central Park is fucking huge and full of trees. And it's right in the middle of the city. I mean, Manhattan is the city. Whenever anybody says New York City, they're talking about Manhattan. They're not talking about the boroughs. Ew. That's some old school shit. Yeah, I know. It's rough too. But it works. It works really well. No, New Jersey's not part of New York City. We have a divider. As long as you're not a baby or old. Mm. New Jersey is essentially like New York. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Oh, yay. My DVN cover calls are unprinting. It was hard to type. Does Gandalf stand at the divider and exclaim, "You shall not pass"? No, he just charges $20 for them to get here. I don't like how you can't pump your own gas in New Jersey. Why? Is pumping your gas something you enjoy doing? It's the only thing the state has going for it. Don't take it away from them. That was some weird price action on SPX there. Like we gapped up and then we gapped down. Strange. MQ did also. Having other people do things for me feels degrading. To you or them? When you go to a restaurant, you go in the kitchen and pick up your own food. You're like, hold on, I got this. It's because you have to supervise the minimum wage person not to spill fuel on your paint or keep squeezing the handle after the cutoff, ruining the canister. I don't know if that actually ruins anything. But I mean, you can always wash your car. I don't want to get out of my fucking car in the middle of winter and pump my own gas. Chefs are generally paid more than minimum wage, so I trust their competence more. You've clearly never worked in a restaurant. Chefs are disgusting for the most part. There's a few that aren't, but the vast majority of them are alcoholic, former or current cokeheads with sexual addiction problems. And they fucking hate you. Like, if you're a customer, they just hate you. That's 100% accurate. I know. Just know not to send food back, or it'll come back with saliva in it. You know, most chefs won't spit in your food. Or, like, they won't do anything like that. That's pretty rare. That's usually pretty frowned upon. I've seen waiting. I mean, that's an exaggeration. It's the waiter. Yeah, that's what you have to worry about. Or the busboy. The busboy will absolutely scratch his balls and then bring you your food. He doesn't give a fuck. Busboys or food runner. Most restaurants, those are similar things. A 1,000%. He's like, this is what I'll tell you about the busboy. He's high as fuck and probably 16. Are we gonna have a pickle jar tortellini competition? No. So did we just de-risk the second we tapped 60? What the fuck is going on here? Why can't we break out? I think all these calls are sold. We're just chilling in a giant pile of sold calls. Double top wick on the 30. Yes. Yeah, ES rejected off the trend. Still need to break below 75 to get moving. Which is $10. It's quite a long way down. Although Russell doesn't look as strong. I don't think QQQ really does either. Yeah, QQQ looks like it could pull back to like 1850. CSPs on TAC, a safe bet here. I mean, if you can get any liquidity on them, I haven't had a lot of success with that. Looks like I tried to sell some at 13 and didn't get any fills. Maybe. $18,050. All the puts at 50-55 are probably sold too, guaranteeing the most boring range-bound day ever, unless we lose 50. Then shit gets spicy as fuck, right? It's not worth being a waiter or waitress unless you have big kahuna matatas. I worked as a server and a bartender in college, and I made good money. I made bank, like for a kid. I make like $1,200 a shift bartending, and like 500-600 as a server. You didn't get paid like anything per hour, but you had thick calves. Being a server depends on where you're working. I worked at Olive Garden for a bit during college and made nothing because of salad and soup. Yeah, that's shitty. You want to work at higher end restaurants. High end, high volume. Yeah. Oh, look, we're doing it again. Dude, fuck this pump back up. It's just like ES topping 86.75 again, though. It's a little more volume. What's the fucking Fed speaker saying? Bullish shit. I don't see the economy overheating, but the Fed knows how to respond if it does. The data whiplash confirms the value of the Fed being deliberate. Given strong labor, the Fed has time to gain the confidence it needs to be sure that inflation will fall. Businesses are still looking to raise prices if they can. The risk is if shelter and services keeps headline index above target. I'm confident that current restrictive level of rates can curb demand. Current restrictive level of rates can curb demand enough to bring inflation to the target. Inflation this year is inflation data this year is disappointing, and the job is not yet done. What a fucking tool! Just what's that thing called that people do on TikTok to rage bait people, where they just like move their mouth a bunch but don't say anything? Word chewing or whatever. That's what I imagine every time a Fed president gets up and says something publicly. Mewing? Mogging? No, no, no. Looks maxing. My cousin makes more than I do with zero education, waiting tables at a high end tourist restaurant located in historic Savannah, Georgia. Location matters big time. Yeah, it's important. Hmm. Is that going to be all we need for the breakout? A moderately kind word from the Fed? I don't see any news on the ceasefire. Russia's threatening to target UK military installations in and out of Ukraine due to the use of the use of British missiles by the Ukrainian military. Bullish? No, I mean, just constant bullshit threats, right? That's like what Russia's boiled down to. The other day they were like, oh, if the Ukraine keeps attacking our sovereign, like our sovereign facilities, we're gonna go after them. Fuck more are you gonna do? You're already like halfway invaded the country. Really gonna get it this time. We're gonna send another battalion of 1960 tanks. Does this have range? I bet, but there's another Fed speaker now. Williams immediately said, I'm seeing job growth moderate right off the bat. Where's the upper resistance if this breaks out? There's a bit of resistance at 65 and 75. But not much. It looks like out of the money calls are growing. Google's back to positive on the day. Microsoft up. Apple's still looks like shit. It's just the rest of the Mag 7 trying to drag Apple up. Meta's doing good. Quite enjoying my Netflix calls. I'm seeing your job growth moderate. SPX, fuck you, going to 5,200. I'm gonna watch the show Alone. I just finished season 10, and man, it's great. Never seen it. Never even heard of it. It's not what you say, but how you say it. Was Brain Dead? I mean, Brainerd speaking today? I don't think so. Hamas official statement saying they now agree to terms of ceasefire. Israel yet to respond. I wouldn't put it past Israel to just be like, JK, we're not giving you that. It's pretty great if you love watching human suffering. Eh. It's a survival show where people are literally alone. That sounds fucking terrible. I don't want to watch somebody surviving. Ew. It has all your favorite Midwest activities. What kind of like fucked up Western world joke that we make game shows about just doing what other people do every day? I don't really watch YouTube very much. Sitting on a stump and getting frostbite is a Midwestern pastime. The winner is literally the person who can starve the longest. Meanwhile, Japan is making picking up trash a competitive sport. At least it's got like a net benefit to society. I'm seeing job growth moderate. Eventually, there will be rate cuts. Nice. What a great quote. Not always. There was a guy who stabbed a muskox with a knife. It was wild. Did he get fucking destroyed? Who would do that? He killed it with a knife? What the fuck? That's like a 900-pound animal. Was it like a baby one or like injured or something? The knife was also attached to a 50 caliber bullet. Did he at least put the knife at the end of a stick? Or was he like a complete regard? He shot it with a bow and waited for it to bleed out. Oh. This market will not keep reversing every entry I make. Yes, it will. What's the Google PT? I mean, I was hoping that it would get back above 170, but it's really struggling. I've come closer to getting stopped out of it than I have to making money on it. I was up like 30% the first day. I should have just closed it. SPX is great and all, but I really want GoEV to hit $5 before Friday, please. What happens on Friday? If you're alone in the woods with a hatchet and a Bic lighter, how long until you can send an email? I don't know. It depends on how close I am to a Motel 6. I know his calls expire. It was a rhetorical question. These bulls are trash. Yeah. I wonder how long they can keep stuffing beyond for. This is ridiculous. You can't say rhetorical? That's offensive. No, it's not. Is GoEV going to go bankrupt? There's a strong possibility that that could happen. News? Probably that it's up 20%. Doesn't look like there's any actual news. Tyson beat today, which is I don't really think that's relevant actually. This is the flattest GoEV has been in a long time, and it started the day I bought calls. The gods are displeased with me. My GoEV calls are up, even though we're down 15 cents from where I bought them. Yeah, IV's still elevated. Are they gonna push 65? I don't know. Fed Williams said that real wages are improving. The balance sheet wind down has gone smoothly. It's worrisome when monthly inflation prints come in higher. This fucking Captain Obvious today. Consumers are still spending. Sees GDP in 2 to 2.5% range this year. Just say I think inflation will be hotter. What's do Fed Fund futures even give a shit? Not really. Barely moderated today at all. We're just at 0.35. Article online says beyond implied options move for earnings is plus minus 26.85%. Do the quants agree? I don't fucking know. You know, it's just a standard formula, right? Yeah, looks like 29% 1 week implied move. Implied move for today is 13%. Someone's losing money. Would JPOD be able to stab a muskox? I mean, I feel like if he finds himself in that situation, we've all lost. GDP is at an all-time high if you change the way it's calculated. They already did that. Dollar will rocket. Tyson beat, but it's down. Their sales were lower. So once again, a major food producer manages to sell less and make more. America. Fuck yeah. My tips need more liquidity. Have you tried yanking on them harder? Nah, this is bullshit. What are you angry about? You think the SEC actually does anything to Hood with this Wells notice? Wait, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm paying attention to what's going on with Hood? I'm not. You gotta give me context. Good thing that a company selling less, making more isn't inflationary. Exactly. That's good. That's a good thing. That's capitalism at its finest. Ugh. Sell less, make more. Same like passing along the raw material and operational costs along the customer base who swallows it. Not just that, additionally marking up products on top of it. This is pretty a pretty broad story, right? Sales across the entire S&P are down, but revenues are up. The vast majority of our inflation comes from corporate profiteering, not from actual inflation. Corporations are unwilling to accept higher costs on the producer side, and additionally have found that they can push those costs and additional costs onto the consumer without the consumer balking. Would a pile of sold calls feel nice on the skin? I've never tried rubbing myself with them. Why do you hate the American dream? What American dream? The corporation raised about 35% during COVID and never brought things down, and they never will. Yay, price gouging. What else are the consumer going to spend their money on? They can't afford homes. They can't afford their rent either. We just need to create a new class of homeless that describes the middle class. Like, Drifters. We'll call them drifters. It doesn't have the same negative connotations. Vagabond? This is how you get communism? Yeah, it is. Hashtag van life. Someone also posted grocery invoices from August 2023, and the profits were listed at like 5 to 50%. Company says we only make 2% on groceries. Yeah, that sounds about right. We just need to stop our avocado toast and OnlyFans spends. Yeah. They're called renters. Dirt travelers? Ooh. What about gypsies? We could bring back gypsies. That's been gone a while. Well, not in England, but I want to build a fancy wooden caravan to travel the country in. I'm part Romanian. I can say it. Get wrecked, Dave. That's how I can see the future, by the way. Are we all getting vans and Starlink so we can trade in the wilds of northern Canada? My landlord just offered to owner financing the house I'm renting completely unprompted. At what rate? That might be worth it. Upper middle, upper lower class. Yeah. Here's my question. When are we going to start building shanty towns again? Why haven't we started already? I'll start. I'll build a shanty in Central Park. Who's going to join me? I mean, I'm not going to fucking live in it, but I just want to... I'll start the community. You clearly haven't been to California in a bit. It's been a little while. I mean, I don't go to the parts of California where they have shanty towns when I go there. I just go to, like, Orange County and Malibu. No, tents aren't a permanent enough fixture, right? Tents, people in tents still have hope. They think that their Walmart tent's gonna last the duration of their spell of poverty. No. No, we need shanty towns, like fixed structures. Yeah, lumber and tin, scrap, various scrap. You pompous. Oh, I want to go to Napa. Napa's gross. You're feeling safe there in your ivory tower. It's made of limestone, actually. It'd be exceedingly hard to harvest this many elephants. Sonoma is okay, actually. Santa Rosa is like one of my favorite places. But I don't like Petaluma. It's gross. There's definitely an underlying feeling of capitulation when you move into a shanty. Build a shanty. You have to build it with your hands. And then you go to the coal mines and you come home and you see your kids there all dirty, hungry, waiting by like a fire that's in a coffee can. San Clementi's a shithole. I fucking hate that place. It's not sleepy beach town. It's just a cesspool of Marines. Have you ever been out in San Clemente? I don't like Petaluma. It's just a bunch of breweries next to a polluted river. Little Timmy's crutch leaning against your shanty wall. October Sky taught me my kids would be busy building rockets and starting forest fires. Is this not what actually happens? I don't know. I grew up there. I think you're thinking of Oceanside. No, I'm not. San Clemente's too expensive for Marines now. They live next door. The Marines just invade the Walmart. I mean, they put the Walmart next to the Carl's Jr. What were they expecting? Can you show us your water bottle? Walmart literally lets them in every Christmas under the guise of collecting overpriced toys. Hmm. Same brand, smaller bottle. How does it get bigger than this? This is 1.5 liters. There's a dude on YouTube that just walks around LA showing all the commercial real estate for lease signs. It's pretty bad out there. They should just put the homeless people in those buildings. They have toilets, right? Reduce brand? I don't fucking know. Yeah. Leaders? Are you French? No? To be fair, the homeless people tend to put themselves in those buildings. Smart. The owners of those buildings do not like your suggestion. I mean, it's okay. They have to turn the fucking papers into the bank anyway because they can't afford to pay for it. Why do you hate Napa Valley Vineyards? Oh, God. Can you say liter of cola? Yeah. I want to be so smug the rest of the day. I drink from the same branded water bottle as Gherk. Get fucked, peasants. I see you two have a Costco membership. The owners love that suggestion if they can get the deal they have in New York City where the government pays inflated rent, right? Not bad. Uh, when's the sluice report coming out? 2 o'clock? I'm getting bored. Ooh, Beyond's up again. Hey, it broke back above VWAP. Bullish. They tried to stop the tips, but they couldn't. You knew that's where Nancy and her donors hang out. Maybe you should ask her for her pickles picks. You know what? I've seen what it's done to Paul over the years. I'll pass. I don't need that kind of evil. What's the 20-year treasury of CRE? Say it. I want. I just left Costco. I'm never buying clothes anywhere else. I've reached peak dadhood. It's amazing. Everyone should buy all their clothes at Costco. Imagine spending more money on clothes. Ridiculous. Just in, Israel rejects ceasefire agreement proposed by Egypt and Qatar. Wait, are you serious? I spent $2,000 on clothes last week. What a waste of money. Walmart has some decent quality t-shirts for the price. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I thrift clothes all the time, so I probably spend even less, but I'm certain you'll say that's gross. I mean, it's just not feasible in New York City because that's how you get bed bugs. I'll caveat that with the clothes weren't for me. Did you spend $2,000 on baby clothes? They can only wear them for like a few days. Wife? Oh. Well, I mean, that's what you get being married. Well, my cat doesn't leave my apartment, and I'd hope that there isn't a giant rat in my apartment. Women's bodies tend to change after the miracle of birth, Gherk. That's what C-sections are for. You need to spend more time in California. And you told me that your wife's body stayed the same. It was your body that got different. By the way, confirmed, Hamas accepted proposed ceasefire. Israel's rejected it. I literally said they were going to do that like 4 hours ago. Yeah, Beyond's doing a thing. Bodies snap right back into shape. GM has moved on Beyond today. No, it's at like well, it moved down into Friday's expiry. It was like 1530, I think. This is what I want. I want IWM to drop. I don't care what happens to SPX. And I want Beyond to keep rocketing. Look at that volume. We finally ran out of short liquidity. This is the good stuff. That's why you need a surrogate. Ooh. Or just don't have kids. Hey, Gherk, I took a nap. Believe it or not, SPX is right where I left it. It's slightly higher, actually. Hold on 1 second. No, I just threw some food in the oven. Beyond $17 close. Hmm. Fairly. No. Kind of just in the same position we've been in. Might not break 62, but I don't think that's indicative of any kind of failure. Overall, things look more bullish than they did earlier. If we lose 55, it's a different story, but right now, Delta's pretty flat. Nothing's really happening. Jimmy could still see a higher high tomorrow, potentially, but a lot of the Delta fell off on Friday. I don't know if it's going to recover, but I'll check at the end of the day today. I blew up my paper trade account 3 times today. I don't know what else to do. Was Beyond supposed to get T2, T6? I don't think Beyond's even run up enough yet to get that, but maybe. Is GoEV hitting 35 or 50? No. Probably not. $0.35. I take it VIX is not going to be green today. It would not appear that way. Hmm. Or maybe short vol just de-risks here again like they did last time. ES is just above trend. MQ still hasn't tested it yet. What is it, 2 today? The SLOS report. Sluice. The sluice will be loose. The SPX chart looks like a head and shoulders that decided to become a double top. Okay, I see what you're saying. This just looks like shit. Like, all our moves to the upside are just overnight gap ups. Into flat trading days. Because there's just so much bullish liquidity. And now we've got upwards consolidation. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't need to move up VIX. It's flat here. It hasn't actually gone below the screen. It's just flat. TLT is up $2.50 from its low, and it's only up 33 cents on the day. It's going to go to 85 after the inflation is hot again. Have you ever bought GME puts before? I used to buy protective puts when I had a position. They're unattractive. IWM puts, getting out of half my position for break even. I went in too much and only 2 days of theta, so I'm going to trim it. That's reasonable. Still no fucking calls out of the money, huh? Nope. Just a shitload of support at 55. Are we going to see some stability or more pumping if the stuff in the Middle East cools off? Well, Israel just shot down the ceasefire agreement, so it doesn't look like anything's cooling off, but it's okay. We're just not going to talk about it as much. That's the plan. TLT head and shoulders poopy. What's the upside here? 70, 80. They're possible. We just don't have a lot of momentum. ES 5200. Hmm. Have the tips crossed on beyond? No, not yet. On the intraday, yes, but the longer time frames, no. They're getting close, though. Slowly gravitating towards each other. Why must you hurt beauty itself? Is the rounded bottom on GME actually non-bearish? You mean this? Or are you talking about like this? Sure, GME would be bullish if it broke 25. Beyond's almost green on the day. Sluice is gonna pump it to 90.50. Just watch. You mean when we find out lending liquidities at all-time lows? TLT doesn't have tips. It's an ETF. I'm sure Jimmy would be bullish if it was actually worth anything at all, and or ran like a company reasonable people would find worth investing in. You don't want to invest in a video game pawn shop at your local strip mall? Should be looking into macro wise that would determine pumpies or dumpies. Break even inflation expectations. You can look at the yields, dollar value. 51.75 right now. Where? I'm not an ETF. Do I have tips? Just one, which is the loneliest number. Thanks for the call, Chris. You don't have fingertips. Yes, I do. This is a gross grind up as predicted. It is, yeah. And still shockingly close to just failing, which is weird. Sluice! It's almost sluice time. Beyond crossing DN sets you free. I don't know about that. Can't have a soft landing if we never land. The problem is it's very expensive to keep the plane flying midair. Like mid-air refueling, you've got to pay for 2 planes to fill up 1 plane. Strategically, it's really not something that's considerate of operation costs. If the plane crashes and burns midair, how did popcorn? Planes don't crash in the air. Is this a Boeing plane? Oh, I mean, probably, yeah. Listed has a bar fee of 103%. How's that possible? The float is 2.26 billion. Well, first of all, that's the retail barter rate. Second of all, bigger float, you need to short more shares. You gotta watch for the space whales. This is super fun. Hey, the report's out. Ooh. Regarding business-to-business survey response, reported on balance tighter standards and weaker demand for commercial and industrial loans to firms of all sizes over the first quarter, Meanwhile, banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for all commercial real estate loan categories. Banks also responded to a set of special questions about changes in lending policy and demand for CRE loans over the past year. For all CRE loan categories, banks have reported having tightened all queried lending policies, including the spread of loan rates over the cost of funds, maximum loan sizes, loan to value ratios, debt service coverage ratios, and interest only payment periods. For loans to households, banks reported that lending standards tightening across some categories of residential real estate loans, while remaining unchanged for others on balance. Meanwhile, demand weakened for all RRE loan categories. In addition, banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for home equity lines of credit, HELOCs. Moreover, for credit card, auto, and other consumer loans, standards reportedly tightened and demand weakened. While banks, on balance, reported having tightened lending standards further for most loan categories in the first quarter, lower net shares of banks reported tightening lending standards than in the fourth quarter of last year across most loan categories. All right, give me 1 second. Hmm. Jessica Alba's baby product line would like to have a word with you about that hottest CEO. Yeah. Evidently, Boeing is trying to do right moving forward. They invited everyone that has qualms with them or any evidence of wrongdoing to come take a free flight on their newest plans. That credit news sounded bearish. Nope. Nope, apparently not. Tesla looks bearish again. If it fails 82, which it didn't earlier. None of that implied a rate cut. Yeah, it's bad for banks. This is why banks can't dig themselves out of their hole. Sluice driving a touch of volatility. Ooh, interesting. Getting some short call activity here. Wonder if I could just sell infinite short calls above 75 with zero repercussions. Well, probably wasn't news to the markets is the issue, and currently the desired direction is up, so we shake it off. I don't know if we're really strong enough to shake anything off here. I mean, liquidity still presents kind of an issue. But yeah, I don't think the market's going to overreact to the sluice report. It's generally something that's taken into account later on when investment decisions are made and people are looking broadly at sector performance. NQ doing? So close. Did it test it? No, not quite. NQ's still a bit short of the upside test. Power hour might be kind of spicy today. GME tips, it's still got a little bit more liquidity to shake off. Not much, though. As long as indexes stay up, it'll probably chop around a lot. Oh, Upstart tips are crossing over. Yeah, Upstart looks spicy. I went long Upstart like a little over a week ago. Upstart looks really good. No, I don't own any costs. The video looks fine. It's struggling a bit at 920, but it's well supported. Upstart on what time basis?
I don't know. It's already blown off some of its liquidity. I guess it'll depend on their earnings, but if their earnings are decent, then it may run more. Like Gamma Max is at like $30, 29.70. So it's got some room. Does the management team at GoEV know how to say the right things at earnings to pump a stock? I don't think so. They seem to have failed to suppress Beyond. Yep. It would appear that way. The $8 calls are now back out of the money again. Or in the money. The sold calls are now in the money. They've been selling some calls at 850, but I don't think they're going to build up a substantial defense there. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Still getting call selling here on the upside. Momentum looks fairly stable. Maybe a little bearish longer term, but nothing that really impacts today too much. My Beyond position is up 55%. Good for a rational person, but I'm here for the 1,000% gains. That'd be cool. If it did the full run, like broke Gamma Max 15% to the upside of that, I think I'd make like 20 to 25x a contract. I locked in 50% profit on my Beyond position. Nice. Thanks for ensuring that we get MOASS, Dork. I appreciate it, man. I still have contracts. I just want to get you guys gooning. You're a bastard. I feel like whales are positioning for a 10 to 15% market correction. That's possible. Yeah. Who the fuck eats Beyond Meat? Who cares? No one. The company doesn't make money. That's why there's shorts. What do you think shorts are out there like, look at this company with amazing free cash flows, great revenues, and good EPS. Let's short them. No. Careful, Gherk. His brain might break at that thought. I don't know if he still owns GME. He might. What happens if you feed fake meat to real meat? You know, I think in a move of peak irony, the ingredients in Beyond Meat are actually just animal feed. Remember when Gates was short Tesla? Yeah, he probably made a shitload of money. Holy fuck, this is boring. Dork, this probably isn't going to happen today, but I'm going to show you it anyway. Although if it did happen today, woo boy. I saw that, Nancy. Like, define about to get the rug. Probably not today. It could rug over the next couple of days, though. Hmm. Ack? Hmm. How low is VIX? Oh, low enough to buy whatever puts I want. Hmm. I really need Google to just do better. At the money puts are very cheap. Sorry, 1 second. $13.68. That's on a failure of 60. Yeah, if we fail like 58 here, I'm gonna go negative delta on the day. That's really staying very close to spot. $226. Resistance is at 70. Is it 70 and 75? $75 is like a hard resistance. I don't think we're getting above that today. But we might test it. GME moon mission time? Didn't it fail 16? What made it run like that? Just some call buying. Might have been bought to close. Might not have been. Hard to say. There were definitely some sold puts up here from earlier. I wish my call buying had that effect. You just need more calls. Charm. Alright, so if this 55 50s are sold, Charm could pull us down into the end of the day? Interesting. Bearish momentum. Hot damn. Is Buffett selling Apple to buy shrimp? No. Even at this price, Charm would lean downwards or under 51.58. Yeah, even at this price. Supported by whatever long positions are there, but I think the sold calls outnumber the long ones. This is such weird price action. I mean, on the zero GTs, it is positive, but I think as we approach expiry, it'll get more negative. We still have like an hour and 25 minutes left. It feels like something interesting is about to happen. It's felt like that all day, though, and nothing interesting has happened at all. I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be right back. GME retesting VWAP. That was quick. You talking about aliens? What the fuck are you on about, man? I don't like that fucking upside gap. Hopefully Gherkin won't be on top of a building protesting the aliens like Independence Day. I would never protest anything ever. What's up, Secure? How you doing, man? They're like little pastry things from Whole Foods with ham in them. They're an overpriced Hot Pocket. Actually. What if they stopped retail buying options? Well, then you know the market's crashing. What category does pig in a blanket fall into? Believe it or not, sushi. Fuck. Oh. Fuck. Thanks, Don Quixote. We heard from Trash Dan today. The whole of Oklahoma is about to get walloped by tornadoes. Isn't that like a usual Monday? But you think I'm gonna be able to bribe New York City planners to add more female trees? Was that volume? Secure for mod. Fire Carl. Does Secure still want to be a moderator? It's a ridiculous thing to spend money on. It has nothing to do with cost. Just an intermittent one. I don't even know if it's possible to dump. But it would be really cool. If NVIDIA breaks 920, is there any numminess to ascribe? I mean, it's resistance, so it'd probably keep going up. Where are all the bears? There never were any. It's just us. Israel's launching airstrikes right now. Definitely bullish. I didn't even know Barkin was speaking still, but apparently he said a bunch more shit after the sluice report came out. Hmm. Gap fill under a rejection. Was that SPX all-time high? No. Azul gave an evacuation notice in Rafa a little bit ago. Shit. So wait, they offered up a ceasefire and then were like, haha, we're not doing it, and then just started firing missiles? They've really got to stop hanging out with the US. Have you sold bull put spreads on SPX? No. Is Beyond unstoppable above 8? It's very good for it to be above 8. The majority of the short calls are at 750. All of them have obviously not squeezed out yet. Test 175? It doesn't look like it. Although we keep trying. Delta's not really very strong here. Looks like there's in the money profit taking on calls. So it's kind of pulling the rug on the out of the money bulls. And even the out of the money positioning doesn't seem very strong. Such a weird environment here, still below gamma neutral. I'm getting a little bit more stable positioning, but 5150 is still like still very important. Not just on the 0 DTE, but across the chain. Yeah, the 50 and 55 calls are pulling back. Largest 0 DTE positions now at 5160. Prop this up for another hour. We're getting more supportive positioning further out. And we've got a clearer path to like 75, 50, 200 now. Won't be around much tomorrow or Thursday. Thanks for letting me know. I will be in morning. For what? Do you think Google is still decent for a bull spread? I literally just exited mine. Yeah. It's kind of just underperforming. I might wait. Maybe I'll re-enter on a break of 70. But there's so many sold calls at 70, it just keeps getting rejected on them. Did you hear about Pluto? That was a while ago, man. Pour one out, yeah. top still looks like 75. They just went and canceled it as a planet. Nice. Some of the other planets came out and they were talking about stuff it did at some parties several years back that weren't really cool, you know? As long as they don't touch Uranus. Well, that's what Pluto got in trouble for. Jupiter wrote a diss track. What gap above 5175? This one? I don't think we'll fill it in today. Mm. Yeah, that's kind of bearish. It'd be interesting to see if they get squeezed out of the 65 short puts they've been selling. If they break above $3, it's a very real possibility. FAA probing BA. Haven't they been doing that for some time? I thought that they were striking out in violence because they were getting probed so much. Hmm. This is a very violent price action. Hmm. Can you play the Let It Go song from Frozen? No. Whistleblower name was Deep Probe. Hmm. So if this contract gets above 350, woo boy. Well, 268 and 350. It's very tempting. Hmm. A little bit of delta fell off. The Power Hour clip?
5, 4, 3,
Pull it out of the
2,
archives.
1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
That's an intraday cup and handle. No, power hour dump. Not dumps, not pumps. Pumps would be boring. There's no more room to the upside. $51.75. All the gamma above 70 is like dead. That would be stupid. We don't want that. No. Hmm. NQ's testing the long-term trend. The tips on Beyond are getting very close to each other. The green one's like reaching out a little more. It's like it's getting like erect in anticipation. Curious. Get ready for that good old 330 dumpies. I was born ready. I just got off the phone with Kenny. 51.75 confirmed. Alright, listen, Smooth. Alright. Kenny's a cool guy, but you don't have to act like a common whore. Where could we fall to realistically? 51.60? If we fail that, maybe 55 or 50. Although, that's touchy. How is Mrs. Zakir, and why isn't she here? Gherk's losing weight. Not by choice. But thank you for noticing. Wrangling the heathens? I'm still being a degen at work. I figured you hadn't stopped. End of day drop into overnight pump. Flat day tomorrow. Interesting. Maybe. What about end of day dump into end of day pump into gap up and then trade flat tomorrow? Oh, we didn't leave a gap behind this time. Get fucked, bulls. Yep. Sorry. I want to go out on a limb here and say 50, 62 is very possible. I know. It's a big ask. But if we test 50, 62, all these puts that they sold are going to squeezy. Ooh. All the puts would squeeze. Imagine the balls to sell large numbers of 5165s on a breakdown. Like $1 out of the money. We're below gamma neutral. Smooth operator. Who said they have a choice? This is crazy. They're just trying to crush the contract. Yes. Oh, yeah. Get in there. Nice and deep like. 60% of the time works every time. Here comes the squeezies. No, not support. Ah, bastards. But I still did pretty good on that, right? Yeah, okay, not bad. This, not so great. Beyond's holding up, though. What, on the downside move? It's because they shorted the fuck out of all. Huh. Jamie looks weak. I'm trying to get Upstart back below 25 into close. So back up? Probably. Well, maybe a little bit. 70 test. Dude, on that bounce, they sold 1,435 of the in the money put contract. Or that was just us. I don't know. Still think that fucking charm at 5150 is negative. Why are they fighting back so hard against it? The could squeeze out again a little bit if we fail. Let's get this party started. Squeeze those soul puts out. Who loves me? I'm special. Who? Stop what? Thoughts on the Odyssey? It's alright. Do you think oil turns around soon? I mean, Israel's starting shit again, so that might increase some risk premium. I think it's still being really heavily shorted. Ooh, Dixie's kind of coming back. What do we have tonight on the international side? Japanese foreign bond investment, stock investment by foreigners, bank services PMI, and bank composite PMI. They have German balance of trade at 2 a.m. I'm gonna re-enter some IWM puts for later in the week, or ignore it for now. Maybe. I don't know. Not today. Narrator, shorts were not the play. Did okay on them. Shorting M&Q is not the play. Yeah, that makes sense. There are more than 100,000 calls in the money for GME at 15 for May 17. Puts in the money in traces. What do you expect? But you know most of those calls are sold, right? Ooh. Lower high. Hmm. Pretty decent amount of volume there today. About a 30 put? So we'll close at 35. How about right here? Big shorting always looks so aggressive. Well, it is. It looks a little less aggressive on the longer time frames, but It's moderately aggressive. Do you think BT will follow the downtrend from late Janish all the way down sub 19 in July? Or China stuff mentioned during the weekend stream might turn things around for them sooner? Seems like other commodities are starting to benefit more and more from perceived changes in China's economy. It's possible that we follow through on the downtrend. There's another lower trend on BTU. Although it's been a really long time since we've tested it. Maybe like 2050. Is 2DTF theta for calls to hold overnight? Are you in the money? The state's close too obvious for puts. Are we still gonna gap up overnight? We might. I don't think there's any like bullish data coming overnight. I mean, we get German balance of trade, but that's probably just gonna be beneficial to the dollar. We get EU retail sales, which have not been good. They're projected to move higher, but I'm not sure that's going to be true. And then we get Red Book, probably declining. Tip optimism index. That's supposed to improve, but I don't see why. And then Kashkari speaking at 11:30. Yeah, I mean, there's not really that much data tonight. But the issue to the upside from here is liquidity. It's not really an issue of the bulls not trying to get it. So I mean, if bulls, if things are illiquid, right? Bulls are still gonna struggle pushing higher. No problem, Yaga. What's up, Mass? Tesla under 183.57. Needs to go under 182.90 something. But I see that. Well, it was briefly. The optimism index? It sounds like a metric I made up for myself in my partying years. It's real clear markets tip economic optimism index. Hmm. Whatever crushes this bubble is going to be something super unimportant, like used car sales or something. That would fit this wild narrative. How are the tips not touched on Beyonds? They're very close. They're still shorting it, but they are getting close. They're just not like moving that route. Usually they don't move very quickly until after they cross. Like back here, see? Very slow consolidation until the crossover, and then rippies. Leading indicators are so cool. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Does Beyond care about up or down market tape for its rocketry? Well, in a falling market, there's a little bit more liquidity. In a rising market, it's harder to find liquidity. So, yes, but not just due to the performance. It has to do with active funds either being net buyers or sellers. Because they're selling vol into the drops on SPX to try to keep it from dropping further. So if those calls at like 5150, 5155 are short, and we slip 60, right, then they will lose everything they gained today, and we will slide rapidly down. So they're selling a lot of vol. I mean, they're selling like we're watching the 5165 put here. They're actively selling the fuck out of this. I mean, look at these candles. Oh, sorry. When you say liquidity, do you mean wetness? Yes. Which stock is the most moist? Probably Apple. Look at Shortfall just beating the shit out of this. Ooh, hey. Hello, Beyond. Welcome back. Oh my god, tips touching to close? Let's do it. But Cork, Wind Moon. I don't know. The only thing is, this will drop like a rock after close when they stop murdering the VIX. What, well? SPX? I doubt it. Don't forget BlackBerry. They have a good turnaround. Stock's hovering at $3. Man, people have been saying that about BlackBerry for like 3 years now. Fubo's trying to say hi too. Yeah, a little bit. Fubo deserves to be back above $1.50. What BlackBerry device do you currently use? I mean, they're not really, they don't manufacture devices anymore. They're like a software company now. Except they make software for something that doesn't really exist. Are you playing Palantir earnings? No. Don't sell in May and go away. Reuters. Yeah, the Bulls couldn't deal with that right now. BlackBerry software do you currently use? Can we gap up to 5,200 overnight? It's possible. Probably won't. Like, we don't have any big earnings. Are all market trends dictated by nursery rhymes? Only the good ones. Can we gap down to 5,100 overnight? I doubt it. King Roland is back, educating SS about triggers. You mean trying to milk more of super stock for their money? While showing them MACD. Ew, Greg, that's disgusting. Stocks? Here? Fubo jumped to the same as Beyond? No. No, don't say that. You give Atomic a heart attack. Lame. Are you watching that contract die just to feel something? Which one? This I already took profits. got stopped out of them at 285. Oh, I'm just watching them short it. Yeah, it's nothing personal. If GM is usually 10 to 15% as an optimistic price target on Beyond, what is a conservative target? Gamma neutral or delta neutral. Both offer potential points of rejection. Yeah, I'm still long Fubo. It's been awesome for selling Theta. Although I'm starting to suspect that all of us selling Theta might be, in fact, crushing the price. But whatever. You know, not a big deal. Currently, I mean, this is going to change tonight, but I think DN is at 904 and gamma neutral is at 1094. You mean you and Atomic? That's what I said. I'm somewhat surprised at GME's resiliency today. Everyone YOLO'd out of calls, and then everyone YOLO'd back into calls. I don't really know if it has anything to do with it being resilient. Go EV dead? No, just flat. Continues to trade flat. Might be getting shorted a little harder. It's down a whole 14 cents. Any position coming into opening up the range to the upside? There's some longer dated call positioning that's set up today. I'm not super impressed with any of it. Maybe slightly stronger. Up to 75, and then like 75 to 5200 still kind of weak. We're getting a bit more put interest at 60, 65, but I'm pretty sure those are sold. Things look fairly standard. On a breakout on the upside, looks like we'd top out around 52.25. On the technical side of things today, bulls are very well set up to push higher. Like we broke the 50 MA. And we broke the long-term trend back to the upside. So this is bullish, but closing above 68 is kind of important. That's still like the high of the from the first reversal candle, or like the first week of the reversal was 51.68.43. So if we close below that, it's the bearish bias will remain. Cat's looking a little bit better. Starting to recover. It's still got a ways to go. I think today it's above GN. Maybe. Still just below it. Yeah, still below. Trying to get back above GN. Call interest has been picking up, though. Upstart earnings, any thoughts? I mean, the Sluice report doesn't lend a lot of confidence there. Probably still fairly shitty. More loans on their books, I'd imagine. Although maybe they're not lending as much. Netflix had a very nice day. Well, 600 call on Netflix from yesterday was a good one. Disney finna bust in the AM. We'll see. Cats. Amazon's getting pretty close to my price target. Tesla's still holding above 182, which means still bullish. Apple looks like shit, though. Google's just been a disappointment. AMD's getting there. Needs to break 158, I think. Yeah. I wonder if I should short Carvana. Maybe just short SMCI. My GoEV options premiums went up on this dip. Cool. Why don't we just let the banks do whatever they want? Because they're in charge. Could Tesla rip this week? Potentially. It's in a bullish range. It hasn't quite reversed yet, but I mean, I'm long here for now. Let's see. I was long this morning, and then I closed them, and then I went long again on the 183 test. Tesla Gamma Max, it's like 225 or something. It's not, I don't think it's gonna test Gamma Max. Does Upstart have the power to rip through poor earnings? Maybe. Although if they have a bad quarter and people sell, you know, the downside of illiquid stocks is that it doesn't take a lot of liquidity to loosen up conditions. So you get really high performance per dollar in, dollar out. But it only takes a little bit of liquidity to like stuff that, basically. Jimmy T plus 2 peak traditionally hit in pre-market? No, generally not. I don't know if it's traded enough volume to get a T plus 2 run, or a significant one. It may be kind of reliant on mid caps continuing to move up. Volume today wasn't too bad, though. Except lower price improvement. So more netting. What's up, Dork? Oh, shit, there it is. What are you gonna do with all your gains, Smooth? JFresh's insane data request killed the internet at my house. That's awesome. No, it's not. He's gonna be cranky with me. Yeah, probably. We're gonna have to get you better internet, Dork. Why can't you just download the entire options market, bruh? Ugh. I mean, it sounds like we have some work to do, right? Just send him a flash drive. Ooh, I'll buy you guys carrier pigeons. I said cat's starting to look good. I didn't say it looks good. I have some old 256 megabyte flash drives sitting around. Where do I send them for this common cause? Care of Dork's Yurt, Reno, Nevada. How about he just goes and fucks himself right in the classy? I mean, Dork, we expect you to be out every night digging the trench to lay the fiber to CME. What did you do last night? Did any of it involve digging trenches to lay fiber? Wanked. All right. Well, I mean, that's on your schedule. So I mean, you were doing. So 5,200 tomorrow? Why not? Ooh. Beyond's getting excited into close. GME's almost tapped out. What's interesting is GME's usually one of the last memes to run. And it ran right off the bat this time. Lots of stocks just got some vol. Go EV. Almost nothing's changed on Go EV. Holy shit, it's super illiquid though. It hit its peak illiquidity since the reverse split today, this morning in pre-market. Maybe that's it. Let's get back above $3. Ding ding, the day is done. No, not Jimmy. Go EV. Not really. Beyond and AMC began running a full week before GME did. GME started running on like April 23rd. Beyond started running on the 25th. I'm not gonna look at AMC's chart, but no. You mentioned some of the movement looked like buybacks on memes, recalls. Any of those you think is the case? Could be recalls from the ETFs. Why don't we just I'll just buy call at open and close at end of day. It's free money, 4 to 5 days. You do that. Let me know how it works out for you. Why would they wait until I closed my calls to pump? It's the trick. I don't see no stag. What inflation? I'm not assisting you in trading AMC. Okay, Beyond's tips are like right about to touch each other. They're getting so close. Just gooning. Just it's gonna be extremely sexual when those merge. GME kind of looks like it's pretty liquid. Yeah, GME's liquid as fuck right now. I don't think this really has much more in the tank. It might get like another little bump, but probably not much. Upstart looks pretty good. Its tips already crossed. Broke 25 today. Next stop's 27.50 to the upside. Fubo sucked. It was up like 17% at one point today, I think, or 6%, and then it just lost it all. Probably difficult time breaking above the 150 call. Or, that's Fubo. Top, sorry. Beyond looks awesome. GoEV might be seeing its tips starting to contract. But Maybe not yet. I don't know. Seems to happen very rapidly when it does occur. Still on reg show though. This had kind of an interesting morning. Popped up to like 27 cents and then failed. So ES broke to the top of the bear flag. We now have officially a reversal. It took a very long time, but we're there. This should bring in a little bit of confidence, but we're still just shy of bringing the CTAs back to the long side. And we're still below gamma neutral, so rejections could still be pretty violent. But we close the day at 51.80. Puts us in a pretty strong spot to break gamma neutral tomorrow. You're not owed an apology. You sold your calls. At least I made money on my puts. Commodities up. Pretty strong move today. 154 points. Dollar actually climbed back up into the end of the day, despite yields falling at the top end of the curve. Correlation on the 1 month actually flat, but correlation on the 3 month deepening. So we're seeing more of the short vol move further out. So the aggressive near term vol shorting seems to be mostly capitulating, and we're seeing that roll out into 3 month vol shorts, which is probably a sign that short vol is getting more confident. And are willing to take on a little bit more risk. Not a lot yet, but a little. Forward yield on volatility ending the day at 4.87. Yield curve's pretty flat. Carry trade, leveraged up a little bit, but not very much. USD JPY falling against the dollar quite a bit though. 66 points. Don't think we have move data yet, but probably falling. Looks like some of the tail risk positioning was backing off at the end of the yesterday, but not much. Still quite a lot of tail hedges being held here. They definitely not the same as it was back in like Jan through March, right? 54% of this is probably higher again. I would say this is probably near like 60 something percent of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. These are just delayed. They don't print till like 4:15. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures is breaking apart super hard. We're almost back where we were at like the peak in March. This might be the strongest bull signal, is just how deep and how fast short vol has come in. We're now at negative 38.94%, from our low 2 weeks ago at negative 19.81. So big fucking move in short vol there. That's insane. Yeah, it is fucking nuts. Just destroying the correlation. Notice I have one of these. Thanks for the stream and for the 2 years, Gherk. Thank you, Yaga. I appreciate it. You forgot to remind me to enter my straddle, but I got it. That's okay. Pricing in 0.34 rate cuts into the end of 2024. So very little movement in that today. Expectations seem to be probably pretty locked around this range until inflation reports next week. It's okay, Yaga. Probably should have went to work today. Oh well, see you tomorrow. Thanks for keeping things interesting. No problem. I like to rip on you for GME, but the stream would be boring if it's all you covered. I know. That's on GME volume over 45 million. It just means that they're clearing more. I mean, that's what happens, right? More volume, more shit netted through CNS. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Everyone have a lovely evening. I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight. And I'll see you in the morning. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.